William says, I don't see forward guidance as particularly helpful. And adds policy is modestly restrictive. William says the bond market has come to its own conclusions on monetary policy. And William says the bond market has been very data dependent on determining its policy view. William says, I expect inflation to be lower next year.
Morning, guys.
William says, we are not far from a neutral interest rate.
Another hold of our lows. Same bid that we've been getting all week. This is just our balance that we've already established, right? We just rotated the entire balance from this morning at our 606, 610. Rotated back down, pushed down into these lows, immediately found a bid on the pushback over 85s and are now rotating back up. We're keeping an eye on our previous lows as our pivot, right? Makes sense. Just watch this area.
William says there is still some downward pressure on underlying inflation.
That's a big area here to let us know if we're going to then rotate up this node or not. Does that make sense? Why we'd be looking for this when it's the value low for the month, as well as yesterday's low of day, right? So we're either going to flip this, right, and come back up into this, and then traverse this node now to do the full balance rotation that we've established, or we'll make a lower high here and then rotate back down to traverse this node only. So let's see what they do. Russell into our value
William
high.
says, I don't plan to change public speaking work under new Fed leadership.
Russell is leading a bit. NQ, ES, and RTY all just we're moving together, but RTY already at value high. We're watching to see if that'll flip. Again, just short-term pivot here. Sell side is at this like 95, 98. Push above this would just move us up to like 63. Okay, yeah, like that's incredibly delayed. Look at that.
Israel's PM Netanyahu says Trump and I agree on the main things regarding Iran. This is on CNBC. Netanyahu did say he's not getting into the details on Trump comments on his call. And adds, we need a way to get nuclear material out of Iran. So that's Israel's PM Netanyahu says, I want to focus on Iran nuclear program.
Yeah, well, so like the issue is, or it's not really an
So Israel's
issue,
PM
but
Netanyahu says we have common goals but tactical disagreements.
right, like
But does say the
Russell's
relationship with Trump hasn't shifted.
Russell's already at that value high, right, at that 910. So it's just like that's where we're going to be watching for probably a pullback to view up, and then we'll figure out if we can get back over that 30-second opening range or not. And then
So
yes,
Treasury Secretary
just needs
Bessent,
to
again
show interest
testifying, we've
over.
got a video on the feed, just saying the Trump tax bill averted over $5 trillion increase in taxes.
And it's like the thing that we're waiting for is Russell and NQ to basically find higher lows here at POC, right? Like NQ at this 680, incredibly important for us to find a bid. If we can do that, then we potentially have continuation for a move to 740. If 680 can, 680, 660 can find a bid on NQ.
US Secretary
Right.
of State Rubio says Trump was aware of the economic consequences of the Iran war.
It's just we're watching to see if like POC is now supportive. If not, then right, we're just gonna hold and then fail to get back up to our 30-second opening ranges. So it just makes sense to try to see some sell side there, short term. So this 95, 98, and then your first risk off on ES is down into this 87 while we wait to see if the bid can hold the 60 to 80 on NQ, and we can find some sort of bid here at our VWAP on Russell. That's the only way that we get
US Secretary of State Rubio says the administration believed that a nuclear-armed Iran was worse.
Right, like it'd have to bid here, and then...
And Israel's PM Netanyahu says we need to demilitarize Lebanon.
And then, of course, like we found a bid here right at our POC on ES. So we're watching to see like if that can then get above for this push up, or if this is going to just come down, right? We don't know. But we know that there's a buyer who's trying here on NQ, and that it would have to bid like this for a push. If we were
So in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast is a draw of 3.05 million on the prior draw of 3.327 million, with a range seeing draws of 2 million to 4.789 million expected. Gasoline inventories forecast a draw of 2.45 million on the prior draw of 2.572 million. Distillate inventories forecast a draw of 1.95 million on the prior draw of 2.107 million, and crude Cushing inventories, the prior was a draw of 2.9794 million.
Right, so if Russell and NQ can find this higher low, then we're in an okay spot.
So keep in mind last night's API crude oil stock change showed a larger than expected draw of 6.75 million on estimates of 3.6 million.
But it's a pretty easy risk off, just playing off of that pivot for your first rotation down into POC, right? Just for like a pretty clear high probability trade. And then we watch to see if these guys can find that bid, because if we can, then we can try to go for the breakout. If not, we'll do the full rotation through value. Like half my indicators on Tradeify are not working. I don't know why.
So we have put out the article by CNBC for those interested with reference to Israel's PM Netanyahu's comments. So we're now 5 minutes away from the bottom of the hour where we get the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast a draw of 3.05 million on the prior draw of 3.327 million. The range sees a draw of 2 million to a draw of 4.789 million. Keep in mind the US API stock change came out last night with a larger than expected draw of 6 million on estimates of around 3. Gasoline inventories forecast a draw of 2.45 million on the prior draw of 2.572 million. Distillate inventories forecast a draw of 1.95 million on the prior draw of 2.107 million. Crude Cushing inventories, the prior was a draw of 2.794 million.
Okay, hold so far. Need to show interest above these highs though. Not a ton here yet. Just flagging. Watching RTY retest our highs, just based off of our bounce at VWAP like we thought we would get. Need to get back above this 30-second opening range at 910 here for anything more. ES held our pivot at our 87, got our bid. NQ got our bid at that LVN. Rotating back up to highs. We're watching to see if we can get over the 700 for a push up to 740. Yeah, that's about it. Just watching our value high edge here on Russell, ES, and Q, right, into our PVZ. If there's no interest above, then there's no interest above. Need to see secondary buyers step in here, push us up, or we're just gonna absorb here again, fail, and then, you know, rotate down. So
Israel's PM Netanyahu to CNBC says it's not over in Iran, but they are weakened. So again, Netanyahu saying it's not over.
just gotta see what we're gonna do here. Russell leading. NQ flat, again, just flagging at VWAP and our POC. What's up, man? I'm hoping RTY can get back in this 910s here and then show an active bid for a rotation up to day open, giving NQ the ability to push out, but we're still just seeing absorption. ES lagging a bit. Very flat area, right, that we're balanced between yesterday's low of day and our low of our balance here on ES between this 84 and 95. We want to see Russell start to push up.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with the EIA crude oil inventories.
We're just seeing them take in like a decent amount of size into this 700. But we held where we needed to. We're just rotating up. I would like to see us at least go to 720, 740 here off this pop. I'll take off one as we push into 720 here. And then I'll leave a runner to see if we get the rotation up to our 30-second opening range at 60. If we're going to do it.
10 seconds.
News coming out here soon.
CNBC reports that OpenAI's Altman will meet with Jeffries on the Hill today.
Again, areas held.
Crude a draw of 7.974 million, a draw of 7.974 million, deeper than the expected draw of 3.05 million. Gasoline a build of 3.364 million, that's a build of 3.364 million, higher than the expected draw of 2.45 million. Crude Cushing inventories were a draw of 0.583 million, that's a draw of 0.583 million, and distillate inventories a build of 1.5 million. A build of 1.5 million, which is less than the expected draw of 1.95 million.
We have absorption here into 720, 740 that we have to flip. If we can flip it, then we can start to head up. If not, then this is all we're going to get from these lows. We want to see a clear secondary bid here at 700s for this rotation up if we're going to do more, or this will be a trap offsides and a failure to get above this established guy here, right? So just keeping our eye on this, seeing if we're going to head up to here or if this is all we get. Held that LVN. Good open so far into our previous 15-minute. We're holding our previous 15-minute candles value. RTY leading up off of our VWAP bounce, right? ES now into our big pivot. Again, we got to flip this if we want to head up, and then we can look for this 604. But until then, right, this is just where that seller sits. We want to flip this 98 for that next leg on ES.
We have posted the EIA weekly inventories report on the feed for those interested.
Rory, do you see on the 660, 680 area where that big seller stepped in on the first attempt at 935? That big delta bubble there? Do you see why I was looking at this area on NQ for the low? Right, so it's the same trade as yesterday when we were looking for that retest of that participant, right? When they pushed price down, we have some huge delta bubbles here,
Israel's
right?
PM
We've come back
Netanyahu says
down and now we're
Israel and US
rotating from
forces
that
are ready if
on
needed in
retest.
Iran.
So that's kind of like the idea here is like we've looked above them and now we're retesting in. So it's like if 660, 680 is going to hold, I'd like to see that. And we have the confidence that that's also our VWAP and
And
our
Netanyahu
daily
adds that
POC.
I'll leave it to Trump if military escalation is needed. So Israel's PM Netanyahu says Israel is ready to resume full-scale escalation.
Yeah. That like 935 to 940 area.
And Netanyahu adds that opening the Strait of Hormuz is possible militarily.
Yeah, I just started to add into the look at 680 with Russell into VWAP and ES into our 87.
Crude futures extending gains. Israel's PM Netanyahu says Trump is weighing many options and we talk once every 2 days.
That is the question. I think if
So US petroleum inventories dropped to their lowest since May of 2025.
I don't know. ES is not showing the interest that we need, so it would have to be like Russell holding 908, 910 for this bid to really give us this push.
The IEA also reports that US crude stockpiles in the SPR fell in the latest week to the lowest since January of 2024.
Let's see what ES does into 90 as NQ comes back down into our 80 and Russell tests this 910. Because if we get a reactive bounce here, then I think it'll probably be fine. But if we take out 60s, I think that this is going to be then a failure to get that continuation. And then we probably are going to want to flip, if anything, on retest and reoffer. Because then we'll have room down to value low. I'm giving this a second. I want to see like the ability to eat into here. So like this look in, and then I want to see like a bid back over 80 if it's gonna hold, and then I'll play that. As Russell retests our 30-second range low here at 910, and ES is now pushing into our target at POC. Let's see if we find this bid here.
Israel's PM Netanyahu says Iran has not yet agreed to getting nuclear material out, but there is pressure building.
So we got that little lookout. Now let's see if we can get over 700s or if that's just going to be 20 points and then failure. Yeah, so I just took off there into 700 of one left now. Off of that look back in out of 80. Yeah. And now that trade's free and we got our first target immediately and we push up. Right? So we wait for reactions from across the market and we look for that look in and then we play on the look back out and then we use that as our risk off that low. And then we get that trade for free. So even if it doesn't fully expand, this trade's already made us money.
Treasury Secretary Besant says, we have spending and a growth problem. Possibility of sub 4% deficit to GDP ratio by the end of term.
We gotta get over the 740, man. There's so much absorption here into 720, 740. You see like all those green deltas on the histogram on the side and like no ability to move above, right? Like that's very clear absorption there. Yeah, yeah, on the right side. Right, like we're seeing a lot of size, not a lot of movement, right? A lot of effort being expanded and not a lot of ability to push. And we have these guys here, and then we have these guys here, right? So like they're taking into this edge. And so that's why it becomes a great risk off. And we're taking in from this low at our 680 to 660 because we have all of this right here into this low that we bounced off of. So when we came back in, this was where we're looking for the buyers to try to be. And we're trying to look for a push and then a flip of this. But that's all we got, right? We've got these these buyers here that have been absorbed, and we have these sellers here who have been absorbed. And we're playing around with these two participants while we wait to see if we can flip above or if they fail.
Treasury Secretary Bessent says, I met with big large language model labs in San Francisco on Saturday.
Russell coming back down to our halfway back here. Needs to find another bounce for a higher low so that the market can get another push. If not, right, it's just going to fail. We have a minute 40 until new 15s. Sell side needs to push above, buy side needs to be able to get over 600s on ES for anything more. 740 here on NQ. Again, this is our target. If we can flip above this and start to show supportive bid, we're going to be in a great spot. We have to get over this. Again, this is where we are absorbing. We're trying to flip right now so that we can head to the upside. Russell trying to find that bid now. ES needs to get through the 698 area. And then we can head up to that PVC target. No change off our pivots, held our higher lows, but make sure that you've at least taken off half of your size and made this trade free. We don't know if we're going to get this expansion yet or not. Take your profits. Take the trades into known areas of liquidity, right? And then leave a runner if you feel comfortable for the continuation only. The key here is to take high probability targets that are based off of real liquidity areas, right? Yeah. And that's good. 40 is good. That's perfect, right? Why are we looking for that? Well, that's because that's what the fucking seller is, right? Like, let's not go crazy here. Let's take high probability trades. Let's play to target and let's make real money. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about. If it keeps running, it'll be all right. If it doesn't, it'll be all right. We'll get another trade. But at least you were able to secure profits into a known level that made sense. Yeah, great job. So again, like this idea was based off of these strong sellers, right? That we identified at the bottom of that node that were here. And then looking for a reactive bid to try to push us back up to rotate this area, right? For a high probability setup. And now we're just watching for higher lows as things pull back and seeing if we can get back above and go for this continuation with Russell leading, or if this ES pivot is going to be too strong and then we're going to have to rotate down, right? We have a little bit of divergence. We have a 15-minute POC opening. We have a candle opening below our previous 15-minute POC. We're a little stuck here. We're just watching now. Again, this is just our big pivot. We've got to show interest across market for anything more. Not a ton more here until we can flip these pivots and show interest above. Just holding POC on the daily. I'm gonna just go full screen real quick so that you can see what I'm talking about again, just based off of what makes sense here on our order flow, with it being in a line with our volume profile. Because if you can master these two things, even just the basics, you will have a much better edge when looking for trades. So we have this node that's built out here, right? And we see that there was an auction that took place between right? This 740 and this 660, right? That created this node. What happens when we get back in to this node? Well, we're going to be looking for that same buyer at that bottom of that auction, right? For that rotation up, because now we're back in this node. Does that make sense? Why we'd be looking for that? Because we've identified this as a node and an upper auction here from this low. And so we're looking for bids to be present here for rotations up to this edge where we've identified these offside participants here into our top edge. And we can see them here, right? So we're just looking for this rotation back to this as our target, because we've identified that this is our edge low off of this node. We've shown interest here and a willingness to take. So we're going to rotate back up to this value here. That's all. And if we can sustain here, why is that important? Well, this is our daily POC here that we've established, and this is our value high. So if we can establish here and slowly inch our way up and get back outside of value on our highs, then we have a good chance to go up. If this fails, right, then it's the same absorption as before. There's no interest above, and then we'll play off of this as our pivot on the flip back down for a rotation back down to this lower structure, right? And we see that flip of from our target on ES, right? Like we talked about. This is yesterday's low of day, as well as our monthly value low here at this 95 to 98. And we've gotten our rotation back down to our 85s off of that failure. Remember, this is what we were talking about. This is why this is our pivot. It's the mid of our balance that we've established. So we have just failed to push back up to the highs and flip this. So we are trading in the mid to low of our balance. What does that mean? Well, if we don't have enough desire, right, from a look below and a push up to trade above our mid, what are we going to need to do here and show a lot of interest? Well, buyers are going to have to be really present here, right, to show that they're willing
US
to take.
Secretary of State
And then
Rubio
we're gonna
says
do
US
something like
forces are
this.
protecting commercial ships transiting Hummers.
Because if we don't show a really strong buyer here, what does it mean for the market? Well, that means that sell side was showing a willingness to move the offer down from here at our 606 to 610, and now are willing to take in here. So what are they going to do here now to try to force this to get outside of our balance? Well, they're going to really battle for this level, right? Because this is either where we're going to show still that we have interest to trade within this balance, right? Or they're going to flip it. And we just held the mid. So we watch for our buyer here into this edge at our 86 to like I don't know, 82 area on ES. And we watch to see if they're going to be able to defend this bid and push us up to get us for this full rotation. Because if they fail and we look below, that is an incredible sign that we want to break our balance. We couldn't even make it back up to our top of this node, right? Do you see what I'm saying? Right? This is our overall balance. We just failed to get back over the mid. We need to see an active participant in our low here to show that this is still willing to push. And then we need to get over this for that full rotation. We need to see active bid. Because if we flip below, that is a great sign that this is going to fail, rotate down, and then that seller is now step down from our highs.
And Secretary of State Rubio says Iran is responding to Hummers transits with regional attacks.
So that's why we're seeing such an active attempt there, right? And now we need to see if we can do something with it. Because if they fail, like I said, it's going to be that look below and then that reoffer below our value for that continuation down. Understanding where we're expecting participants to be is so key. And you can see that immediate reaction off of that. Let's see if we get follow through there or not. And again, we've already identified this. This is our look below and fail area. Only intraday bearish on the look below and actual hold. And we're still seeing that reaction off of our 60 level on NQ. Just pushing back up into a 700, our PVZ. Nothing bullish yet, right? We're still holding a lower high, but there was a reaction that we were anticipating. Now we need to watch to see if the offer will lower, right? And defend, right, a lower high and then push us below, or if buyers can do something with this. Again, we got initial reactions. Now we need to see follow through on either side.
Besant says inflation is going to be a short-term blip.
Let's see if we can flip back over this participant that's here at 90 on ES from this higher low from this reaction here, or if this is going to fail to get back above. We're just watching for either a full rotation back up, right, from this higher low into this. We're now watching to see if we can get back up to this 95, 98 off of, again, that reaction at our lows. And if we can get back above at least to POC on the previous 15. Again, it's just it's a battle of wills here. We have a very clear node that we're trading within. We're waiting for a breach of either side. We are trading in a rectangle. We made that higher low. We're rotating into our mid of this node.
And Israel's PM Netanyahu ends remarks on CNBC.
Watching to see if we get a solid reoffer here or if it's going to be a nothing burger. Russell's still very flat, holding where we need to. ES still holding the higher low. NQ is the one that's leading down here into our look below our 60 to 80. I would need to see something pretty clear. They're trying to take in size now at 60s. Let's see if they can continue to hold it for this rotation through. It's still pretty lackluster, but they are trying on reoffer. Again, it's NQ leading with ES and RTY lagging, right? They're diverging. So we need to see who's faking out here. Are NQ sellers about to get trapped below 60 for a bid back above 80s? That's if like ES and RTY can hold the higher lows here and then bid up. Or is NQ leading to downside and then we'll get follow through. So let's watch to see what we do as we push back into this. We have 40 seconds until new 15s. You can see them, right, trying to now get us back in with ES and RTY holding where they needed to. We have that look below. We've trapped a little bit of liquidity into our 40s and we're trying to push back up. We're watching to see if they can absorb here or if this is going to flip back in and then trapping and creating a liquidity, right, a catalyst for us on NQ on this look below. Again, ES held where we needed to. We've rotated back up into first target at our 90. We're watching to see if we can get this full rotation with that ES hold. Again, Russell flat, ES holding, NQ failure to take in there, right? So we've trapped. Do we see how that worked there? Why we were anticipating that? We don't have full market participation, right? We have a look below. It's a little lackluster. We don't see the exact selling that we need to. We're now watching to see if secondary buyers will step in after that failure at 60s. We're watching our 80 edge now to see what they're going to do.
So according to Israel's Hayom, citing Al Jadid, says Saudi Arabia is holding talks with the US aiming at supporting the Lebanese position to prepare the ground for an Israeli withdrawal and the deployment of the Lebanese army in the area. This is according to American sources cited by the Lebanese channel Al Jadid.
Oh, that's annoying.
The Canadian dollar weakened spot 3% to an 8-week low against the US dollar.
So how can what are ways that we can see that it's a potential trap? What are things that we can look at concept-wise? Roy, do you see the delta flip that happened on that low on NQ? What happened on this sequence of candles here? What happened here? Below our 60 to 80. Did we sell side fail? And then did we flip back into positive delta on the push back up on the bid over 80?
Russia's Saratov oil refinery has halted operations since May 31st following a drone attack.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? Like nothing's changed in that sense, but there isn't a follow through on the sell at our lows, right? So we're just going to transition back through our range while we wait for ES and RTY to get with the program, right? So if anything, it's telling you you should not be in that position until we see if we're going to now trap this liquidity, right? And then get back below and then rotate to the next target. Right now, all we know is that there's a buyer trying here off of this, and that these guys failed and are now offsides while we wait for ES and NQ or and RTY to get with the program. Yeah, I mean, well, our only options, right, again, are to either get playing off of this edge here and waiting for Russell and ES to break down right below these, and for NQ to get below the 60 to 80, or again, this is just going to be an incredibly reactive area because we just flipped it. And we're watching to see if this is going to maintain for rotations back up, right? With ES holding our pivot and RTY just rotating in a box, right? With VWAP below. It's not going to be a really great area to short if we have VWAP as a supportive level below us, right? So even if this pulls back down, we have to be very cognizant of that as a potential reactive level. So we just watch to see what happens here. We just failed at our lows below, and now we've established a bid trying again here. So either this is going to trap, right? And we're able to then bid off of this for rotations up, or we're going to be looking for that as a reoffer point if this fails and we get follow through with the rest of the market to hold then these on flips. I'm not trying to short the market if RTY is going to be able to push into VWAP and find a responsive bid. That's just like you're setting yourself up for disaster there. All we know is that we have trap traders into this low on NQ, right? Like all of this liquidity is outside of our current range, and we haven't seen follow through yet to let us know that anything is going to change other than this liquidity is trapped here into this low. So we'll see what happens. I mean, anything can happen, but like we have to be very aware of that. And we watch to see what we do here into VWAP. What's up, Julian? Okay, so you see how like reactive our VWAP is initially on Russell with ES into that low, still maintaining. So again, we don't need to have follow through, but we need to understand that that is going to be reactive, and it doesn't make sense to be looking for that continuation until we can flip these, because we know that that's an area where there's interest. So trying to short an area where we know that there's active participants on the other side of the trade is just like kind of silly, you know? So we know where we want to break down. We know where we need to see weakness, and if we can see weakness below and then hold that, we're going to be in a much better position and a much more confident short. Until then, right, it's going to be really messy because we know that these areas are still interested, right? Like these participants here. This is a choppy area, but I'm trying to give you your mindset, right? Like you don't have to be trading right now, but I want you to be aware of these areas so that you can understand why we're seeing the interactions where we are in the chop, right? We're still being able to see valid participants on either side, even if it's a very tight range. It's up to you. I mean, if 20 points is too much risk after identifying a trap trader, I totally understand that. It's up to you. If you don't want to play the range trade, it's up to you. Just like on ES, if you don't want to play off of 86 to our most recent low at 84, if 2.5 points or 3 points is too much risk for you, I understand. It's up to you. Have we found a low? Have we identified a catalyst of someone off sides? Can we play off of that? Yeah, completely, because we're inside the node. So as long as your risk to reward maintains, right? Like this is a very solid trade if you're willing to play off of that level. Because again, it's not about just reaching a random level on the chart. It's about identifying a participant who is off sides and then playing around them until it's invalid, right? Until we see something new. So if this is your risk and we're looking for this as our reward, this is still a 2.5 to 1 trade. It might not be a huge expansion, but risk reward wise and probability wise, it's a great trade. Do you see what I'm saying? Because we're just oscillating this node in the moment. It's up to you though to understand if this is worth your time and if you're willing to take something like that. You don't have to, but I want you to be aware of where these reactions should be occurring. Again, it's just identifying that this guy's offsides, and it makes sense to then try to defend this for that rotation up. And it's like, have we invalidated on ES and RTY yet? No, we haven't, right? So then that rotation up makes sense. It's just a balance edge trade, right? We failed at the edge low to rotate below, and so we've rotated back up, right? That's all it is. I'm just trying to show you how you want to interact at an edge.
The German 10-year yield rises 5 basis points to 3.03%, the highest level since May 22nd. Besant says, I do intend to pursue a deficit ratio of 3 point something.
3 point something. What an insanely tight range. Holy. New 15s, 20 seconds. Let's hope that they bring some something. Again, the thing I'm trying to show you guys is, I guess I'm not really. All we want to be doing is only playing edge tests if we have a known participant that we can see with our eyeballs, right? That's offsides, right? And then playing the range through. If you're unwilling to even play that, I understand. That's totally fine. Right? The initial test that we played from 680 into that push into 740 totally made sense based off of that larger participant and that rotation. Right now, the only test that I was willing to take was once we saw this trap, playing this as a rotation up. I understand if that's not worth your time. I get it. I get it. But the only reason it would be worth taking is because we identified them on that failure. If we don't get follow through, we don't get follow through, right? But this is not a clean trading area. But again, like we identified a participant who's off, we rotate up, we rebid, we push up. If they fail to have follow through here, it can invalidate, right? But so far we're still seeing an active bid. It's just like understanding where to take profit and where your liquidity target is the key. If you stay in this trade for the next hour and it doesn't go to, expand and you're like, "Oh, well the trade didn't work." It's like, "Well, it did work. We got our reaction. We got our push. This is good points if you're willing to take it." Right? This can be a great trade. If you're looking for
So
something
similar to
more,
comments
though,
from Israel's PM Netanyahu, we've got Al Hadath citing Israeli chief of staff for the Haifa base and says there is no ceasefire in Lebanon for our forces.
Russell's starting to lead down, holding view up as
So the US
resistance
post documents on
potentially.
aluminium, steel, and copper tariffs. The new US copper, steel, and aluminium tariffs are to start on June 8th at 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time. Besant says we're focused on China predatory pricing legacy in minerals.
We've got a little bit room down to value low on Russell off this failure. ES and NQ still holding where they need. Very tight ranges. No change. This is a lot of effort on sellers and not a lot of reward so far into the 60 to 80. We need to see a very clear flip and offer, or they will just be taken in.
The US gives the EU, UK, and South Korea, as well as others, a cutout from metal tariffs.
I mean, I'm just seeing zero interest at these lows. I'm not seeing it. I don't think that there's going to be anything real until we show that interest below this like 40 to 30, but we'll see. They're trying here again. Watching for our initial reaction here. Yes, finally showing a bit of speed on our sell. Pretty lackluster on NQ unless you're looking at that 60. Retesting into our lows now. If we can show interest below this 40 here, 30 to 40 and reoffer, I'll play this down to 560 at 640.
The US says that the new metals tariffs are to last until December 31st, 2027.
This is why this area is interesting to me. I mean, it's value low across the board, Ben. It's going to be very hard until we flip it. But ES has a, I mean, yes, we are looking for a flip of our pivot and a hold. But Russell is into value low, ES is into value low, NQ is into value low. We're now watching to see if we can move this offer down. There's a trapped buyer at 640 on NQ. We're watching a reoffer here for a potential follow through, but I mean, it's so lackluster into these lows. But yeah, we're at daily value low across the board. So until we flip it, I would be very careful. We are at our higher time frame look below and fail area. So what does that mean, trying to short our look below and fail area? I should probably hold it as our pivot, right? We have it drawn on chart. Brother, again, look at the higher time frame. What have we done on every reaction here so far? Why do we need to be very confident in this low? What has happened on every attempt so far? Where's our PVZ value low on the day? Where do we need to flip and hold below? Yes. But even if it wasn't the higher time frame, like we're still holding value. We need to show interest outside of it. Every bid has just been, every sell has had no follow through. And we've just been buying this up every time. There's still people buying these lows. Every attempt outside of value has failed, trapped, and then we've rotated back up. We're about to do it again. Russell bid lows, ES recovery of our range, rotation back up. Another failure at our lows. Pivot holds. Bid back above our 60, rotation into our 80, watching to see if we can flip this for full rotations up to our highs. Every attempt below has failed. Watching for the ES bid here at 87 on recovery. Rotating back up. Previous trapped traders are now our level of interest. Now a new trap is sitting here below our 40, where they tried and failed. So our new low pivot is 40 to 60. You can literally see the failure here and the flip. Watching our halfway back here on Russell and ES and NQ on retest on the look back into our ranges. We're watching to see if we can now hold on the recovery of our previous buyers, right? We're watching to see what happens as we push back into this. Is this liquidity going to remain off sides? Can we find a higher low on the bid back in for rotations up, or does this fail once again? I don't have the answer for you yet. We don't have enough information, but that's what we'll have to watch for. All we know is that there's trapped liquidity at 40s, and we are trying to maintain that 40 to 60. Watching now. Just to let Russell lead you. Until we can actually flip and hold these, it's going to be really messy. Into POC a previous candle on both ES and NQ from our lows where we trapped. We're watching to see if this is going to maintain like we just talked about with RTY high or low, or if they're going to fail and be able to actually sustain. Again, we need more information. We rejected our PVZ mid, right? Now we're retesting our participants who got a bit offsides there into our lows. Do we make higher lows across the board and get back up and show interest there? Or do we fail and then actual show a sustained offer that rotates us down to our lower structure? We'll see. so fucking thin.
Iran's Foreign Minister Aragchi on X says our armed forces are conducting self-defense strikes on sites the US is permitted to use to attack civilian shipping and violate the ceasefire.
I don't know. Or I haven't looked. I have like zero faith in this move. Until I see like aggressive participants, I can't be bothered. Watch to see what happens as we push down into 580. I have a feeling they're just gonna bid it again. Like there's just nothing in these lows that are interesting. Like, what are we gonna do here on NQ? Just come into yesterday's value low and the day before that's POC, and then find a reactionary bid down into this? Probably. Yeah, I mean ES, if it can break down here, then yeah. But there's been no interest until we flip below 75s for me. I just think this is a fade until we flip 75s. Personally. If we can flip 75s, then we head to 62s and it's a great trade. But there's just so much interest here. Yeah, I think that's good. Just gotta watch to see what happens into this 580, 600. If they are willing to take, then that might be it. We'll see. New 15's opening now. Opening below POC of previous candle on both ES and on NQ.
Fitch ratings say Germany's economy is set to benefit as Europe raises defense spending. As we push down into our 575, 573 area on ES and into this 60 to 80 on NQ, I would just either take a little off or move stops down and watch to see what our reaction is here. And then let's go from there. This has been a huge pivot on both NQ and ES. If we can flip it, awesome. We actually have something new. If we don't, it's the same as before. Again, if you're playing off of our flip here, this is your first PT, and we'll watch to see if we can just immediately break down or if this is going to need this pop back up to retest this edge. Unsure. Just into our reversion zone now on ES as well as our pivot.
Immediate bid off of our 75s on ES, rotation back. Same thing with our 60 to 80 here, watching our retest into 600s on NQ. That'd be your most bearish response if we failed to get over 600s. Failure to do that, to hold that, we'll rotate back up to POC of previous candle before figuring out what we want to do. But again, all we're looking for here is acceptance lower. Right? We bounced our edge low, just like we thought we would. Now we're watching to see what happens as we push back up into this. If sell side can hold our edge on retest, great. We go for down, right? It's something new. That's great. Same thing here on NQ. Watching to see if we hold this as our big reactionary area, or if we're going to come back up to our POCs here. If you played the long off 75s, this is be your first risk off as we push into our 80 to 86. You need to see if sell side is going to hold here, or if this would be another failure like we've been talking about, and then a rotation back up, trapping this liquidity below. Again, this is a major pivot on both ES and on NQ that we just bounced off our lows. We are watching to see if we're doing something new, or if this is going to be another look below and fail. We need to see a sustained offer here, or it's more of the same. I can't reiterate that enough. Immediate rejection off the area we wanted, right? We are trapped between our 75 and our 80-86. Watching as we push back down, if we can take out that low or if it's going to maintain. No new data yet, right? It's just our balance between our two pivots like we've talked about, following and pathing. We need to see this shift below if we're going to do more. Or again, we can just sustain that low and then bid and then rotate up. We need to show that this is going to hold.
US Secretary of State Rubio repeats that the US is not withholding military aid to Taiwan, it's under review. So it's similar to what he said in his testimony earlier this week. US Treasury Secretary Besant says we have all the makings for a very strong economy.
Stopped out of runners on my ES short? Why?
In France 24 News, US Trade Representative Greer says both the US and the EU are committed to compliance with their trade agreements.
Yeah, as long as you made profit, that's all that matters. This market is miserable. I'm assuming Russell's just going to VWAP up, and then we'll figure out what we want to do.
US Trade Representative Greer says a 15% tariff on EU goods in Turnberry Agreement is the deal, and a deal is a deal. The yen weakens to a session low of 160.02 per the US dollar.
Yeah, I mean, you're not missing much, bud. Peace. Well, so far I've called the literal low on both NQ and ES, 75s and 80s. We're now watching just to see if we can sustain below or if this is going to be another failure and then rotation up. There's really not much to do here until we either flip below our 75s on ES, like we talked about, and our 80s on NQ, or continue to absorb into this pivot we have above us into our 82 to 86 on ES. Sell side is either going to be able to continue to stabilize here and show this area as a clear pivot, right? Or it's just going to be shit. That is an option, right? Until we figure it out. So I'm hoping that Russell just comes up into view up and then we get like a big rejection and then that leads for something new. But I mean, dip buyers are still dip buying, you know. They got to step out of the way. It's eventually like they're not being able to push the market up, but they are still present. Yeah. It's a pretty miserable market. NQ holding POC of previous candle. Like this guy at 580 is still just off. Like they're screwed down here. And if we can sustain higher, then we might have to come up here first. I don't know. Just gotta continue to watch this ES, get them to take in, and then get us below the 75 for anything new. NQ's the showing the first signs of life though. What if they're gonna be able to do anything with it? I'm not seeing it as of yet. Please take it. If you're playing off of our pivot, this is your first risk off, and now we look to see if sell side can flip the 75s for continuation. Please do it so that I can leave. I've taken 5 contracts off. Watching to see if we can hold below now. It's like we're falling off a skyscraper in slow motion. It's like, holy.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent says corporate tax cut is not a giveaway. It adds output capacity.
I mean, it's playing. It's doing what we want. The 75 hold is fine. This is good. But Jesus Christ, it's taking forever. Taking off a little bit more here on ES.
So US stocks extend their fall with the Nasdaq down around 1%.
Oh, finally a good play. We're looking for 65s to 62s here. If NQ can show interest below 30s, we have room down to like 490. But
Bessent says
we should be
after a
looking
rocky
for a bit
period
of a
with China,
reaction
we have
here.
good stability now.
This is our 65 target on ES, 65, 62. This is our first little risk off. We watch to see reactions here. This is Russell into our reversion zone based off of PBZ and ES at, and NQ at our 530. Watching to see what we do now. I just have runners on for ES.
Bessent says we will see if China commits to bigger Boeing purchases.
I'm gonna lose my mind today,
Bessent
man.
says I'll be watching for Boeing pledges when China's President Xi comes to the US.
Good shit around. I like balance days that also have speed. I don't like balance days that make me want to tear my eyes out. Balance days are my favorite day to trade when we actually have speed. When we don't, it's miserable.
US Secretary of State Rubio says Trump will attend the next meeting of NATO heads of state. So Iran's parliamentary speaker Galibaf to Fast News says the era of cost-free threats against Iran has ended. Any aggression will be met with regretful response. Al-Hadath, citing a Lebanese source in the Middle East, says Hezbollah and the Amal movement withdraw from the Israeli withdrawal condition to accept a ceasefire. So the Lebanese source to Al-Hadath says Hezbollah and the Amal movement are now striving for a full realization of the ceasefire. And the Lebanese source says Hezbollah and Amal are planning to demand Israeli withdrawal after a ceasefire is established.
All right, pushing down into our pivot now after our flip and hold. We're rotating down into our 62 to 56. This is our pivot. Do we see the willingness to just wait for our pivots to shift and looking for these reoffers and then just allowing trades to play when they actually have confirmation? It seems like a lot of you guys were unwilling to play probably the only worthwhile trade of the day, which was our breakdown of our range once we've confirmed a flip of our pivot, right? There's just a breakdown that I wrote. You can also find it in intraday ideas, but Yeah, that's our value, right, at 505 from period 1. Back into our value here on NQ. If we can defend this 70, should be able to at least rotate back up to like, I don't know, 600, 605. Watch our edge. This is us trying to enter back inside our value low on the day and recover our lower auction that we just did. Really important that we try to establish some sort of bid here into our 60-70 and then see a reactive push back up if we're going to do it, back up to our PVZ target. And just to traverse this range, right? It's us just trying to flip this. Very clear. Our back above our ETH low. Let's see if they can establish or if this will fail.
So Sky News Arabia, citing a Lebanese source, says that no significant progress has been made in the current round of talks between Lebanon and Israel taking place in Washington.
Very two-sided here. Sell side is trying to push us back down. If they get stuffed here, then we rotate up the full range. Just watching to see if they can defend this edge on both ES and on NQ, or if this is going to be a trap, and then we'll look back below. Again, they're just really trying to force this thing down, but if they fail to establish us back below 40s, I don't see it on NQ. They're really, the bid can absorb here into the 60, 70, then we rotate up. If they fail, right, we trap, and then we look for reoffer below 540 for continuation. We can see the same thing on ES, just taking in size into our 70, 71, trying to flip back into this, but we're lagging a bit on that. RTY trying to also build. So again, we have two-sided trading happening here. Sell side really trying to shove this thing down. We have liquidity here into this low at 540. If this is going to trap, I'd want to see us very clearly reoffer below that 540. If not, this is where the bid is going to be able to take in and then rotate us up off of a failure for sell side to shift below this pivot. Let's see how they establish. Yeah, I agree. Took off my first risk there into 590 from our 70s for 20 points. Just watching to see if we can get that 600 for PT2 or if this is it. RTY continuing to push.
So, according to Fars News, Iran outlines a four-stage deal plan with the US.
There's your 600 secondary target, just taken. It's 30 points off of our absorption that we spotted at our 570, 560. Above this, we do full range rotation. You should be out at least half size here. Make the trade free. Did that make sense to you guys, or do I need to walk through that a bit more? Ten seconds, still need 15s.
So this is from Files News Politics. So they're saying that Iran has outlined a four-stage plan or deal plan with the US. So the first stage focuses on a complete cessation of military action across all fronts, including Iran, the US, and the resistance axis. Second stage centers on implementation measures covering four key issues: the Strait of Hormuz related mechanisms, lifting the blockade, removing oil restrictions and sanctions, and releasing part of Iran's frozen assets.
OpenAI's Altman says to push back on proposal for US approval of AI model launches during Washington visit, according to company statement.
We did the move, right? I don't know if we get continuation here. Retesting into POC of our previous candle. I kind of doubt that we hold here on this test, but we'll see. Again, I'm not incredibly bearish until we flip below the 30 to 40 on NQ on reoffer, but I do think that we are just going to kind of like chop here. Yeah. Right, like
Anthropic set to tap Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs to lead IPO.
Like we're basically just in, we have this upper node, right? Which is what we just traded into, which is the POC here. And then we had this lower node, which is from here to here, right? So what we did was we established ourselves back above our value high here, which we were then able to bid and push into this structure for a liquidity-based POC target, right? That's all we were doing. And then the reason why we're not looking for anything more until we flip below 30 to 40 would be because we don't want to be taking a aggressive short until this flips and holds offer, or this could just rotate in between, 30 to 70 for the short term. Right. So like you can play it down if you're playing off of that, but just like understand where we expect buyers to be, right? Like that's the whole point. It's like we don't really expect that flip to happen until we get back below that value low to POC of that lower range and show interest. Another way to view the same thing, just so that I can like show you via the delta bubbles, because I think that they're a very useful way to see that absorption into that 600, which was our target. And now it's like that 40 area where I said you can expect that bounce, right? We can see that being very, very reactive still. We would need to flip below that 40 to 30 for us to show any interest lower, or you're going to have a hard time doing much of anything.
According to Al Haddad News, Israeli officials tell media the negotiations with Lebanon will continue, but there is no breakthroughs yet.
So we've now bounced our POC of this lower range, right? And now we're retesting that value edge again to see if we can do anything from there. Potentially the same trade again if we flip back over. Just keeping our eye on it. Same active participants are down there into that 40 to 30. We just need to see what the reaction is going to be here now. Either they are going to offer this and then keep that, put in a lower high, and then we'll look for that dip below 40 to 30, or, we'll do something new after confirming now that this guy's still here. Watching. Good bid so far. Back up to our highs.
According to Iran's Fars News, it says that agents says citing media that Tehran's negotiating team that talks are still ongoing and no final decision has been made. So again, Iran's Fars News citing a member of media team in Tehran's negotiating team, the talks are still ongoing and no final decision has been made.
Let's see if they can sustain it. We just have so many sellers willing to take it into 90 to 600. I'll be so much more confident for that rotation up to 660 if we can get over these idiots. But it's the same as before. We're just watching to see if we find this bid here on our edge on recovery. And then can go. But again, there's just like such a big seller sitting there into that 90 to 600. Gotta flip through. Getting absorbed so far into this 70. We're really just watching our reactions into this 60 to 70, and then if we can get over 600, or if this is going to fail again, like there's not, it's very two-sided here. Sell side's trying to slam this thing down. Just taking in so far. If you look at that image I posted above, like I said before, like we have to show interest above this guy who got absorbed. We can see those delta bubbles there. We're now watching to see if we can basically just bid. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. If we can build here and take into this edge, right? And if sell side fails, to then shift that, and then we can get above them. I think that we have a good chance of rotating up, but if this guy remains off sides and we just put in this lower high and then we shift below 30 to 40 and see that offer, then this is like a big failure from this auction. Because again, we have that trap participant there into that 600.
According to Israeli media citing an interview with Trump, Trump said that my relationship with Netanyahu is excellent. Also, coming out here from Iran's Fars, citing member of media team in Tehran's negotiating team, says the reason the first phase of Islamabad talks were not successful is Iran's refusal to enter nuclear negotiations.
Yeah, no shit.
Also, Iran's Fars citing member media team in Tehran negotiating team says we will not enter an agreement in which Lebanon is ignored.
Into our 40 to 30 here again on NQ, watching for a reaction, 50 seconds till new 15s. Pretty clear willingness to take in so far then to that, but watch your reaction into 60 to 70 now from the defense of this low. We watch to see if offer now flips here and then is able to push us below, or if we're able to continue to maintain. Like I said, you got to see sell side show that interest and sweep below this this 30 to 40 and offer it for that downside continuation potential, or you're just going to be trapped in this like really tight range between 30 and 70 for the short term. Again, new 15's opening here in a second. Look at where POC is on the previous candle on the 15. It's at that 70, right? So you can see the same information. This is what that looks like here at that 40 to 30, like I just
US
said.
stocks extend declines, S&P 500 down 0.7%, Nasdaq falling 1.1%, and the Dow shedding 0.9%.
They're just taking in which makes complete sense, right? It's the POC to value low of that range, right? Like it's a no-brainer.
Also from Iran's Fars, citing a member media team in Tehran negotiating team, says that if finalized and agreed, the MOU between US and Iran will go through four-stage mechanism.
They have to flip this 45 with speed or this guy's screwed. Offers got to step back below 30s. Bids got to step back over 45. Failure to get over that 45. Offer now trying to step below 30. Let's see if they can do anything with this. They've got to do it here. Bro, there's no follow through. Just like at that 30, you need to see an initiative bid step here at 45. This is like, we have a very clear auction with this 45 to 30. If there's, and then it's just a push to 65s. If we can hold 45 and then we retest. Sorry, I'm like so in my other platform that I'm not really handling this. This is your first PT off of the flip of 45 and bid into 65 to 80. Yeah, same. Taking my first trade off here at 48 into 75. I'm gonna leave soon. We're getting a little slow again. I was hoping that we were gonna get more, but we got a really nice move, and now it's just a waiting game. So we've just traded, we just failed at our 30, right, to establish lower. And we are now just rotating back up into these highs at our 70. So it's just a range rotation off of a failure there to establish below, but we got our bid to establish higher. That's all that was. I might even be able to show that if I put it on a smaller time frame. Yeah, here. Look, you can see exactly what I was just talking about on a smaller time frame. I was just watching this on Dom. So you can see a failure to shift value here at our 30. And you can see a failure to, or a success to shift value, or sorry, shift the bid above 45, right? Kind of cool that you can see it like that. And why we were looking at these areas specifically. And then again, just our 70 here is very clear with that guy, right? I took off another 5 into 70. I don't have a ton of faith into the 70 to 80. We'll see if we can flip. New 15s are about to open. I have 5 left. 48, 25 average. Just watching to see what we can do with this. Yeah. Back to our 45 here. Got a little LVN, right, where we flipped. We're watching to see what happens here as we push down into this. Again, until we can show satisfaction below 30 is an offer. This bid at 45 is still present, but they are trying to hold offer at 50 now for rotation down. Watching reactions between the two participants here. 45 back up to 70, failure at 50, rotation back up to top of a slow value. Remember, it's just this 70 to 80 high, value high, and then that 30 to 40 value low, right? That's while we're playing around. And you can see the reactions on these edges. Let's see if something new can happen here. Into our 80 now. Okay. I don't actually want you guys to watch this on this time frame. I just wanted to show you like the reactions and how, like what I'm narrating what I'm seeing on DOM and in the footprint of that time frame. Let's see how reactive it actually is. Right, and that, remember, like all that was this to this, right? And then remember we have that big ass seller sitting up here into the 605. Where we took our initial profit. It's 595, 605 is where we're watching for sell side to try to take in again. Into target now here, again, just where we absorbed last, watching to see what happens. This is POC of our upper little distribution here, like we posted earlier. Needs to flip over this 605, 630 for me to care whatsoever, or we just take in size here. Oh, that sucks, Eternal. I'm sorry, man. It's hard when you've got a bias like that. I should go to like 615, 620 at least from that hold at our 585. I'm thinking, see if we can get over the 605 with any sort of actual interest. We got to show that first, of course, but then we would just rotate up. This guy's still here, but less so. Yeah, just took off a little more into 15. And then let's see if we get the full rotation or if this is where we get stuck. It's our big ass pivot on ES into our 81 to 86. Offer showing at 620 on NQ. Little absorption starting to happen here into 12 to 20. We're just watching to see if they're going to be able to defend this now. That 605, 600, I think, is your new like little pivot. And we're watching to see if we can get this pop to 30 off of that flip where we absorbed last. They just took in a decent amount of lots there, like 300 into 620, taking off a little bit more. Again, just watching our like 605, 600 area. We're really trying to defend where they were absorbing last now. They're taking it into 20. Just watching to see what our reaction here as we push back down. Good bid at 605, back to 620. Did that make sense? I mean, you guys might not be following, but I'm just, for those that are watching like the Dom, I think that this is good. I want to actually like show this. This is just like pure DOM-based trading here, based off of our areas of interest that we find off of this. So here's our 45 on that delta, and here's our 30, right? Do you see how it creates a shelf here, right? Where we've got a decision to make. They're taking into these lows, and we've got this bid at our high. So this is how we created our decision chain, right? Of which way are we going to go, right? So as soon as I see
Tim is going to have to
we
get
have to
the
stop out
Fed beige book.
because we're getting that bid back over 45, and we see that's incredibly active, and we see that failure at our 30, right? So I have to stop and I have to flip because we get that bid at our 45 and we get our push up into what? Well, this seller here, right? This becomes our liquidity where we're watching. Do you see this? This is that sell side that was sitting here. So what I was looking for is this flip of our 45 rotates up into this selling deltas here at the 65.70. And if we can start to push, we see that this, do you see the seller at 605 sitting? Right, this now becomes our new pivot where we've got these bids trying at this 85 to 65 now. So it's like, as long as we're able to maintain our previous absorption that we were seeing here, just like we were seeing at this 35 to 45. Here, let me, 45 to 30, 85 to 65. And then we've got this smaller one here at 605 to like 595 that I'm watching now. But like, these are the areas where like we'll rotate through, right? And then rotate back up. And then if we can hold this, I'm not looking for sellers until we can shift back below that. So I'm just watching for the bid to try to step up and maintain this edge here where we were absorbing last, right? Like this was our absorption. We were pushing down. So as long as that's now holding and we're not seeing any interest and we're taking in bid size, I can watch this buyer step up here into this 85.90. That's what was happening. So it's like, oh, okay, I'll play with them and I'll look for this rotation back up into at least 605. And I can scalp some points here, which I do. I take off. And then we know that this guy's sitting at 20s and we saw them take in here, but we also saw them just on the ask, right? Like they were just showing here, right? So I take off some more. And then we look for the next leg up. But I'm just watching us step up through these areas as we're pushing, and then allowing myself to then use these areas as my risk, where it's like, if we can hold below this 30, I know we go down. But if they fail, and then we get this bid to step up instead, we're rotating back up, right? And we can see that. And then we see them get taken in and absorbed here into that 45. I stop out. I don't take another play here. I wait for this interaction to finish, and then we take our next trade over our 85s. Do you see what I'm seeing here with these deltas on our axis? And with what I was narrating at the time? Does that make sense? Where we were pushing into this, and then this was holding, and then we were rotating down off of it. Or we were bidding, and then we see that bid step up, and then we were rotating up off of it. Yeah, that's hard. I don't expect you guys to care about what I was just doing. I was just doing it for the sake of it. It's no big deal. But if you can start to look and see that and like find those areas and be able to play off of that delta footprint on the side, like it's sorry, not the footprint, the price axis. It can be incredibly cool for like scalping and just like looking for where that bid is going to be. And then it's just a relationship with watching your DOM, or just watching even like the price axes, like updates live, right? So like as contracts are taken in on the ask, right, or on the bid, like you watch, like the prices get updated. So I'm just like watching them take in size as that's happening. And it's just a full rotation off our failure at our lows at that 30, right? Back up to our 630 now from our failure at 530. Yeah, really great. Yeah. And there's potentially a lot more here, because if ES flips and Russell wants to continue to push, we have room, right? If ES wants to get back
5
over
minutes ago
this
to read the Fed beige
85,
book.
we start to rotate back up. But we got to see it to believe it, right? We've got news in 5 minutes that could affect this. But just a reversion back up to VWAP on Russell, and NQ 15-minute into our big pivot here, 30 to 55. Right, so I was just playing on NQ with from 595 to 605 was my risk, and we were able to take that up to 640, right? Like that's just playing off of that previous absorption that we were seeing there. And it's pretty cool once you start to lock in on that kind of stuff. Yeah, we've got this huge shelf above. Exactly. Great eye. And that's that 660 to 690.
Germany, France, and UK sketch plan to engage Putin in peace talks. The European plan for talks with Moscow would also include Kiev.
The Delta flip was also a really good tie at 1 o'clock into 115 off of that low. Oh, I don't know what that is for your time. I guess 11 to 11:30. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit different on mine because I'm not running a 30, but yeah, it goes from like into that low, right? It's a positive delta on the push down after a pretty hard fought at 1 o'clock into those lows, and then we flip positive 138, 258, 211 from 115, 130, and 145. The last 3 candles for me as we push up to our VWAP.
According to Politico, House representatives are to unveil bipartisan AI bill by next week's end. So again, the House representative to unveil bipartisan AI bill by week's end, according to Politico.
This is what it looked like for me on the 15. Right into that low.
Fed Beige Book coming through now. Fed Beige Book says economic activity increased at a slight moderate pace for 10 of the 12 Federal Reserve districts, while one district reported a slight decline and one reported no change. More broadly, business outlook for the next 6 months were reported to have little change in anticipated growth as elevated uncertainty and signs of weakening consumer spending weighed on sentiment. Employment showed little to no change across 11 districts, while one district experienced modest growth. Prices increased at a moderate to strong pace overall, with most districts reporting higher inflation than previously reported.
There's not a lot here for me. I'm just gotta wait. This is ES into our big supply, and NQ into our pivot. Just into our VWAP reversion across the board on Russell and NQ. Seeing if
We have
can
posted out the
build
Fed
here.
Beige Book report on the feed for you to read through.
We've got these buyers that might be interested at this 630 to like 605, but I want to see this area get built out a bit more. If we can continue to find an active bid trying to defend this, then maybe we get a rotation up to like that 60s above. But again, it's not incredibly clear yet. Just watching this area to develop out right now. They just have so much selling above us. It's insane. Like, I'm not going to be confident until we push through this guy. It, like, honestly, is like 55 to 90. This is what I'm seeing right now on based off of what I just told you. Right? They're taking into 650 right now, and we have this huge selling into it. It's just really keeping our eye on this because not looking great as of yet, but it's very short. And just keep an eye on that like 630 below. Or if you flip back into 55s, maybe we rotate up to 85. I don't know. I'll keep an eye on it.
Iran's Tasnim cites Revolutionary Guards as saying that it did not fire at Kuwait airport. Iran's Tasnim cites Revolutionary Guards as saying that the destruction of airport terminal was caused by error in US Patriot systems after failing to intercept Iranian missiles.
The Patriot system blew up the airport. That's crazy. Yeah, they're taking in decent size here. I'm thinking we probably pull back into I mean if we bid 640 and hold, then we might be fine. But if not, then I'd want to see a pullback into like 620, 605, figure out what we do from there. Just watching. See what they do at the 640. They're absorbing into 40s now. Just keeping our eye on it. I think push down into that 20 feels pretty likely. But let's see what they do. Retesting our absorption here into 45, 55. If they flip this, then maybe we get something, but if not, then I think we go down to that 15 first. if we can't take out highs here. So, I mean, we'll see what happens, but they're taking in here, right? Let me make this full screen. Right, they're taking in buyers here. I'm just watching to see as we push back down into this low if we'll get that move, or if maybe we are able to actually flip this and get back up. Then we'll rotate up to here maybe. So just watching like kind of our relationship, between these participants, right? Like, are we going to hold this and then rotate down into this? Or is this going to be able to continue to maintain here and trap? And then are we able to then bid off of this for maybe a rotation up into this 85 area? So I'm just watching our relationship here as we push down, but this absorption seems pretty obvious at this 45.55 that I was talking about. And then we'll just watch as we push back down into this like 15 to 20, I think. But I mean, we'll see. I mean, they are trying, but that's kind of my explanation of this area. Just kind of watching to see what we do off that. They're trying to fill.
Iran's foreign minister, in an interview with Lebanese broadcaster Al Mayadeen via translator, says the two sides are studying the texts that were exchanged.
There's a small initial reaction, but we're not seeing as much of a lift as I wanted to. It's like a 50-50 if I get stopped out of this. Sucks that that news came right at that time. We got like a nice initial move and then no follow through after news. I'm out my initial size into 35.40 for first target off of our plan. This is the plan that's on screen, right? We'll watch to see what happens, but I'm out my half, so the trade's free. This zone is still
Iran's foreign
incredibly
minister
reactive.
to Al Mayadeen via translator says if Israel attacks Beirut, Iran would respond decisively.
Incredibly responsive off the 620, 603 that we were playing off of, but just taking off initial size into our reoffer. And let's see what we do from here.
Bank of England's Moynihan says consumers are micro-changing in spending as prices rise, and further saying that affordability is a real issue.
Do you see what I mean? Like why we were looking at that area? Does that make sense? Based off of what, you know, we'll see what happens, but the trade's already profitable. You can see how reactive it was off of news, like very clear. You can see that there as well. All right, this is what's on stream. So we identified the absorption into the highs. We could have played that down to that 610, 620, 630. But I played off of the that buying pivot that I saw from 603, 620 instead, and just had limits and just had a stop below 605, right? Which was our absorption before, and then played it up. So same thing, but just the opposite side, right? You're either taking off your risk there, or I'm putting on risk there, and then just taking off size into our absorption again here into 40 to 50. Trades free, and that's that. And we'll watch to see what happens, but yeah, that's a, you guys are getting some like order flow stuff from me today. It's crazy. And we can see, right, like this is the reason why I care about this, if you're just looking at it from like a volume profile perspective, is right, like this is a very clear flip of this high as well, right? Like that value high and then pushing, right? Like that's why we care about this area, is its acceptance. And then we just proved on that news candle that we want to go up, right? Like there's liquidity here that's willing to take. I mean, what we do up here into this 55 to 90 is anyone's guess. I mean, we'll see what happens, but at least looking for that as a pullback area made sense to me. And now we'll figure out what we do as we push back up into these highs. But yeah, I'm probably done. I'm trading now just for the sake of education instead. So I'm gonna go before I'm here all day. But yeah, I don't know. If we flip back over this is great for the market. We went right down to our downside target, and now we're accumulating here again between our 75 and 85. We flip back over 85s, then maybe we head to our 90 pivot again, right? At value high, and then we figure it out from there. I could see maybe something like this occurring, where we'll rotate up like that off of a 90 and then a retest of our 85s off of that to cycle this node. And then we go up into end of day. I could definitely see something like this occurring. Right off of this reaction here, and then retesting this POC, right, developing out this area, and then going for our balance trade again. Because you have to remember, like, if this, I mean, we haven't done it yet, but it seems pretty likely that this seller that was here for our short this morning down to our target has now, right, we've recovered our value low. It's shifted down here. And now we're holding above POC, right? So as we push into our value high, I'd be expecting probably a retest of this and then a rotation back up to that, right? Because this is our overall balance, right? So what did we just do? Well, we just failed to hold outside of our value, right? Our balance. And we're now showing interest back inside. So we have a lot of room above if we can flip this pivot. So I would watch to see how we interact into these guys, like I said, into our 90, and then look for like an 85, 81 hold on retest, and then a rotation up to this node at end of day potentially. But beautiful trade off of that 620, 603, rotating up into our highs now. Right. Maybe something like this. I don't know. Just keep an eye on that, right? But look at that, right? Like, are you mad that I just gave you my actual limits, my stop, and our target? Like, what else is there? You know? Boom. Well, let's see what we do. But just rotating through that. Yeah, I don't know. GG's. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm done. I mean, if we get this rotation up, then I'm just gonna stay in my long, right, and not get stopped out. Not really anything else to do. Play this up to like 720, yeah, 720, 740 again for where we shorted this morning. I don't know. We'll see. All right, I gotta head out of here. I'm gonna overtrade. I'm just gonna stay in my runner. If it invalidates, it invalidates. I've taken profit. Yeah. Just probably a reversion up to our 30-second opening range would be my guess. Again, I think the trade you're watching for is just, I mean, initial reactions here are great at 85, but I think you'll see someone step in at 90 if we hold here. That will result in a rotation to retest these guys, and then we'll come in to then look for that larger move back up to, claim our 96, and then eventually, right, like that 606, 610 area. If we can flip that, that would look something like this. But these are your main pivots, right? Our 85 recovery for a move to 90, 92. And then we watch to see if this will hold. If you don't get this retest, secondary targets, right, are just going to be this 90, 95, 98 area. Just in case we don't come back down, right? Like that's where you're going to be watching, is just our push into this. And this morning was kind of garbage, because I'm not gonna lie. But it was just like a waiting game while we were watching for the push down. But
NYMEX
afternoon was not
WTI
bad.
crude July futures settle at $96.02 a barrel, up $2.26 or 2.41%. NYMEX gasoline July futures settle at around $3.13 a gallon. NYMEX diesel July futures settle at around $3.84 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas July futures settle at around $3.21.
But let's watch to see what happens into this. Again, I think you can be patient. I really do. We'll watch to see if we can hold this. If this is willing to now bid and hold this 85 to 80, 81, you're in a great position from the look below and fail, right? And now the look above. If we can sustain, should at least get that rotation there, and then we watch to see if we can flip value on the day at that 95 to 98. If we do, then you have room to 606, 610 area. But I'm not gonna go crazy here. Just watch your edge back above, right?
Alphabet's equity sale said to end multiple times oversubscribed. So again, Alphabet's equity sale said to end multiple times oversubscribed.
Okay, I'm just gonna post this in intraday, and then I'm gonna go walk the dog before she pees the house, because I'm a bad owner, and I'm scared to leave you guys alone. All right, I'm gonna go take care of my animal. You guys have a good rest of your session. Yeah. Again, like I think I posted the idea in chat, and we'll see what we do. But very clear balance here that we traded earlier, where sell side stepped down. If you're lost on what happened earlier today, I think I did a pretty good breakdown in trade review that you can go and look at. We just want to see the opposite, right? We're seeing these higher lows step in. We're trying to flip back in. We are currently trading within this, right? This auction right here. This is what's happening right now. We're trying to hold the low of this auction for rotations back up to these highs. That's what's happening directly right now.
According to Tasnim, Arachi says no tangible progress has been made in the US talks.
Yeah. All right. Peace, love. See you all later. I will talk to you tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, and that again, that like makes sense until we can flip over. There's that big ass node there, from 670 to I don't know, like 705, 710, right? Yeah, gotta really show that interest. I feel like your current auction is like 670 to 640 right now. And if like you can see buyers step in there, then just watch for that. Here, this is what I see. They're taking in yeah, I feel like it's like this 660, 640 that you need to see like a pretty active bid here on this edge as we push back in.
Iran's foreign minister
And then
to
pop
Al
over.
Mayadeen says our contacts with the US had not been cut off, but no progress has been made in negotiations.
Oh, you can put the link that stream in chat so that I can leave. Give them all experience, whoever wants to stay. All right. Peace, boys. Goodbye. Yeah, go watch Brian Watt after I get off. He's great. All right, later.